We're back again. We're back again. Hello, everybody. So this is gonna be where we're gonna start off today. We didn't do particularly well yesterday. It was not the deck's best performance. We're gonna try to change that today. I decided to cut the hive minds. We played like I can't remember if 8 or 9 matches yesterday, and I think we brought them in 0 times. I don't know if that is like a reasonable enough sample size or anything, but um, yeah, it seemed a tad lackluster. DJFLK, thank you for the follow. So this is what we're gonna try again today. Oh damn! And thank you for the Twitch Prime subscription, DJFLK. Welcome to the Primetime Stronghold. Thank you for your support. Thanks for sharing that Twitch Prime love. Okay, so we're back on this list. Okay, we have access to we got our Serum Visions. We got only 3 scouts because I wanted to make room for the third coalition relic. We're gonna see how this plays out. Maybe we should be on 4 scouts, only 2 relics. Who knows? But everything else seems pretty nice. I have been liking the Kremlin vestige, and the mana base seems overall fine. I haven't really been struggling with having access to 1 less bounce land. I don't know if this is because of the Serum Visions or I have just been getting lucky, but it hasn't been a struggle as hard as I thought it was going to be. And yeah, and everything else is pretty much stock, I guess. We're all in on the prime time plan. And then on this sideboard, we're back on Tragic Arrogance. I think this card is pretty much a necessity against the war deck. We pretty much cannot beat it without some kind of haymaker like this one, or Consulate Crackdown or whatever, but we need some haymaker if we want to beat that. And Tragic Arrogance has the upside of being pretty great against humans and great against other creature decks that tend to go wide, namely something like Elves or Eldrazi, decks like that. And then what's the other card that I added? Oh yeah, I'm gonna be trying out Celestial Purge today. We'll see whether this card is worth the slot. I've been playing against, well, Phoenix is still everywhere, so yeah, Phoenix and Shadow. That is the main reasoning behind this card. So we'll see how it works out. Alternatively, we could be playing a Thragtusk. That's the other card that I considered. But I'm gonna give Celestial Purge a shot. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how that goes. Let's find an opponent and let's get down to business. How's everybody doing this beautiful Wednesday morning for me? Evening, night, whatever it is for you out there. Yeah, KJM. Yeah, that's precisely the reason. That's why it's good against Phoenix, because it's flexible in that it exiles Phoenixes, but more importantly, it also exiles Blood Moon. Yeah, definitely keeping this. If I find an untapped land off the top, this hand kind of explodes. But even without untapped land, this hand is pretty great. It's a turn 4 Titan with AmuLIT, so that's cool. Thanks for all the content you put out on Titan. Has helped a ton since I picked up the deck in February. Oh yeah, sweet, awesome. Glad that the content has been able to help you out. That is why I'm here. that is why I'm here, because this deck is awesome, and I feel like it was very, very underrepresented before in terms of amount of content created, right? Alright, we're against humans. What? Oh. Okay, so we're against some kind of weird, like, Aristocrats style deck. Day is going great so far. We're just starting. Well, hope we don't die out of nowhere. Right here. Oh, you finished the deck on Thursday and went 3-1 on my first finance. Sweet. Yeah, deck is great. That's why it feels great, because it is. So let's. That's a lot of Azuzas. The weather in LA is beautiful as always, so no complaint from me. Yeah, the weather is nice today. That is the nice thing of streaming in LA. I basically need no lighting because I just open a window and it's always sunny, so it always works. It's great. Still thinking to Hive Minds because my meta infested with cryptic commands decks. Yeah, I mean that's a fair reason to be running Hive Mind for sure. Is the triple coalition relic necessary with Serum Visions? Well, the coalition relic is also a way to help cast those Serum Visions as well. So yeah, so I think that I'm going to play as if my opponent has no removal spells, which is probably the case right here. I guess that the correct way to do this would be to cast Vesuva, like to play Vesuva first. Yeah, so that would have been the correct. That is how we play around removal, basically. So the correct way to do it would have been to first land of the turn play the Vesuva copy in the bounce land, then second land replay the Vesuva. That would have given me access to 6 mana even if the Azusa dies. So that would have been the correct way to play that turn. Yield until end step. My opponent's got some spice going on over there. It doesn't seem very good, but it's definitely spicy. Also, my opponent only has a black mana, so the only card they could have is Dismember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In fact, we can double Titan here. I mean, we can double Titan, but we can only haste one of them. So I think it's better to threaten. It's better to double strike, I guess. I'm gonna haste here. I guess we could. We have 2 more land drops, so we could transmute for EE on 2. Seems pretty good on this board, that's for sure. So I'm going to swing second main, get bounce land, Tolaria. I'm going to return the Crossroads, I guess. I'm gonna use 3 mana to transmute. Then I'm gonna play Crossroads plus Vesuva, copying something, and I'm gonna have access to explosives. Yeah, that seems pretty good for us. So I guess we can swing with both here. This is fine. Tolaria Simic. Let's bounce Garrison. It doesn't matter what we bounce there. They take 9. We float 3 mana. And then we're gonna play Crossroads and bounce land. Bounce T-West, Transmute, Engineered Explosives, EE on 2. And I think I just cracked this main phase, right? I don't want to get like blown out by some like combo card or something. Like they could have something like something in the ranks. Can't remember the name of that card. This should kind of settle. Where is Sakama? Sakama is in the meme. It's in the meme bucket. Well, my opponent is actually playing some heavy black, so I might be interested in bringing in Purge as well. And I might want Rexate. Well, I guess I do want Hornet Queen for sure. That part is clear. So I have no idea what my opponent's doing. So I'm going to leave in Bojuka Bog because my opponent might be playing some... my opponent might be on some Return to the Ranks or Rally the Ancestors build. That's what Sulaport Cutthroat suggests to me. I'm not going to bring in the Rex Age, but I'm definitely going to bring all of this in. And I'm going to assume that my opponent's playing Thalias. So since my opponent's playing Thalias, I want to cut on the cantrips. Yeah, so I think that both of these are gonna be fine additions to the deck, and I probably also want access to Hornet Queen. They are not likely to be playing Medley Mage, though they could. So I'm not gonna side out any Titans. AmuLIT seems great. Azusa is always great. Tribe Scout is great. What isn't great? Damn, everything is great. First world problems here. Take out one Steerings, I guess. Maybe one Pact. It sounds pretty sketchy to take out a Pact, though. I know that my opponent has Thalias, probably, but taking out a Pact seems a little bit sketchy. One Scout. This might be wrong. Maybe I should be taking a Coalition Relic. No, we definitely want Kalni. Kalni chump blocks like a boss. Well, this hand is excellent. We got threats, we got answers. More threats. Well, my good hand turned into a turn 2 kill, so that's cool. You got Thoughtseize OP? Because if you don't have Thoughtseize... Oh, they got a Fragmentize. That's annoying. Also, my opponent's playing Fragmentize, what? This card, really? All right. Third AmuLIT? That would be hilarious. So let's think here. So this is my turn 3. So I could path. I could path by getting the Crumbling Vestige here. And then next turn I'm going to be able to play Coalition Relic and then play a Bounce Land. And then on my following turn I have access to Titan Mana. The question is, do I want to do that? Like, do I want to get rid of this? I think I'm going to take it slow and I'm going to get this Sanctuary here. And I'm going to play it out. I'm going to take 2 from this. I'm going to hope that I don't get comboed out. And next turn I'm going to Relic plus Bounce Land, returning the T-West. It's a cutthroat. Lieutenant. Okay, now I'm kind of sad I didn't exile this. Well, this is nice because this also gives me access to Titan next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so we should be fine. Gain a couple of life, and now we have access to exile in this. I cannot exile any of this because they can sack them in response. So that's definitely not good value for me. Hunted Witness. We path in response, so they cannot get value from this. Oh, they sack to give it pro. I should read cards. That's right. I should read cards. That's what the card does, right? Well, yeah, I assume they had this card. Seemed pretty obvious. So I'm gonna take 7 here. Not great, obviously. But my opponent has no cards left, and I'm going to be able to resolve a Titan right here. So that is something. Definitely getting Kalni plus Vesuva. I want to make sure I don't randomly die, although I might be already dead, honestly. I might be already dead. My opponent can drain me. They can swing for 4, and that would drain me. Then drain me for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Woo! That's a solid top deck for them. That's a real solid top deck right there. That's what that is. Solid top deck is solid. Yeah, they might just have lethal here. I'm honestly not sure that this could have done anything, to be fair, though. So we can't block this guy, so I'm simply gonna block the 2 biggest guys, and that's still lethal, I think. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's lethal. That's very much lethal. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Well, that happened. Now we know a little bit better what my opponent's deck is about, though, and this path don't look as sexy as I thought they looked. Also, they don't seem to be on Thalias. No, we're basically, I don't know. I found Hive Mind to be a little bit lackluster. It just didn't come in enough, basically. Nah, I don't think we want Tracker. I think we definitely want to be on the primetime plan, and then Hornet Queen as a ways to stabilize. But I don't think that Path to Exile is as good as I thought it was. It might be okay, but my opponent is all about, like, it's kind of like an Aristocrats style deck, and usually, like, spot removal is not as good against them. I guess I'm keeping this. My opponent hasn't shown me any discard spells, but they showed me multiple Fragmentize. So maybe I want to hold the AmuLIT. It's very, very bad if I top deck exactly Azusa, of course. But I think I want to... Next turn I'm going to AmuLIT into Serum Visions. No discard spell is good. Bounce here, and now we Serum Visions. That's a great draw, and this is going to the bottom, and this is staying on top. Power of Serum Visions. Now if my opponent doesn't interact with my board, I have a Titan next turn. Unfortunately, I cannot haste it because I drew both of my dudes, but I still think that it's very strong to have a Titan. Ah, they had it. Okay, we're still gonna have a turn 4 Titan thanks to this scout, so that's pretty sweet. And this basically time walked my opponent because they could have developed their board, and instead they did nothing. Let's 2 life and sacrifice a creature. Okay. Sacrifice effects not very good against Colony Garden. Also, I'm gonna try to not show my opponent that we have access to Bojuka Bog, because I am sensing that we could potentially have quite a strong blowout going on. Now the question is, do I play around Damp Sphere? And I think I do. I already drew another bounce land, so I think I can safely play around Damp Sphere and get a Botanical Sanctum here. I'm just trying to figure out how I lose, right? That is what I'm doing right now. So, seems like one of the few ways that I could lose this game is if my opponent just cheeses me out with a Damping Sphere, and I'm not able to pay for my pact because my green sources enter the battlefield tapped. Champion of the Parish is fine. They did shock, so there's that. Lieutenant. Okay. Your dudes grow a little bit. It's very much fine. I'm definitely holding up Instant Speed Bog. This seems like it's going to be quite relevant this game. Oh, they just sack. Okay, gonna sack a plant. You got it. Sure. Yeah, the Natty Bog is gonna be gross. The Natty Bog is gonna do... It's gonna be doing its deed once again. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a good EV play of my opponent's side. I do think that I want to do this here. And I'm getting Sanctuary, Crossroads, I guess. I could have gotten an untapped white source. I honestly don't think I'm going to be pathing this turn. I think I'm going to be protecting from my opponent's, actual board. And I have the Natty Bog at my disposal. The Natty Bog. Cutthroat resolves. Aristocrat resolves. Now what? Well, here I just EE on 2 and that should be it, right? I mean, I was going to like play a little bit hard and actually transmute for it, or I can simply just draw it and make things easier for me. Whatever. Whatever. Magic can be real hard sometimes. Crack this. Okay. Sake plant. Oh, Colony Garden, you're great. Bug, yeah. Oh, AmuLIT, I love this deck. Alright, we serve. We get Sun Home plus blah. I guess I'm gonna get Simic Growth and I'm gonna have access to instant speed bug. This one is in the books. Don't know what my opponent could possibly draw here. Sure. You got a champ. Hunted Witness. Sure. Yeah, they just concede. Okay. Easy 1-0. My opponent only, I think that my opponent only got me over there because of, you know, my unfamiliarity with the matchup. Which, I mean, it's one of the perks of playing a deck that, you know, doesn't really exist, you know. So this hand is 1 bounce land / AmuLIT / 2 lands away from being very good, so I'm gonna keep it. Sweet. That is one of the cards that makes this hand very good. So that's great. So far we have access to a turn 4 Titan as things stand here. A Bob here would be troublesome. If they have a Brutality instead, that would be less bad for me. But Bob for sure would be troublesome here. I mean, Brutality is very good right there, right? Like there's no questions. But I think it's still better than my opponent playing a Bob on 2. Like Bob on 2 is usually very hard for us to beat. So there I played the bounce land, not only because we only have one other untap land, so it's very unlikely that we find the third one in order to Relic on 3, but also if my opponent uses this turn to activate Field of Ruin, that means that they are not playing a Liliana early on us, which is good, because Liliana here would be rough. One Liliana here would be pretty tough. Yeah, my opponent's deck was interesting. I am not. I would like to see how it often plays out because it seemed a little bit weird. Well, that is... yeah, that's pretty bad for us. They took the wrong card there. Unless they have Decay in hand. Do I play around another field? I do. Oh, that was a mistake. I should have played the Vesuva copy in my basic. Ah, damn. I should have 100% played the Vesuva copy in my basic. Oh, that was rough. So now I'm gonna be forced into playing my... yeah, now I have a bunch of tap lands, so I cannot relic. Shoot. Wow, that was such a bad miss sequence. I could have played around both field and Assassin's Trophy by just doing that, and we would basically just win on the spot. Ugh. Oh man. That is rough. Yep. Yep. Immediately punished. Immediately punished. This is so bad. Oh, that was so bad. I should have slammed the Titan that turn. And now, if my opponent top decks a Thoughtseize here, okay, no Seas at least, because that would have been, if my opponent top deck a Thoughtseize there, I would have been very, very sad. Okay, so green. Yeah, now I'm kind of like slightly behind when I should be extremely ahead. I think it's very possible that Primetime gets me out of this anyway, but like there's no reason why I should be like struggling. I should just be easily winning this. Now they're gonna push this. And if they untap on Liliana, we are actually in trouble. Oh, that was so bad. Okay, that's a Bob though. I can beat this. Yeah, I'm definitely beating this. Transmute for EE on 2. Then swing. And then I get another T-West. Can I do all of this and play Azusa? So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 to transmute. 1, 2 to play the explosives. And then I can bounce, replay. So play a bounce, replay, bounce something with Primetime, and then replay the forest again. And for a black mana, the only thing that I'm afraid of is... no, but I can't. I need to like do this actually before combat, so never mind. Yeah, I need to do this before combat because I need to crack before I swing. Do you know the explosives? X equals 2. Now we swing. We get... oh, we can get Vestige, I guess. I keep forgetting that we're playing Vestige now. So if I get Vestige, I can do... no, I definitely want to get second Toleria, so never mind. So this is fine. We're simply not going to be able to do this now. But it's okay. So Simic Growth, Toleria. Crack EE. My opponent can gain a life. It's kind of irrelevant. They can get a life. I exile on their Ooze. Yeah. That's that. Then we're gonna bounce Kalni. OP takes 6. Second main, play Colony Garden. And I guess that we can Serum Visions. Sweet. I don't think I want AmuLIT. Maybe I do? Yeah, I kinda do. It just makes the kill next turn so much easier. So I'm gonna top the AmuLIT. Alright. Let's see my opponent with a Tireless Tracker and 3 mana beating my prime time. I guess they could Surgical here. They also messed with my Scry. So mean. Oh, they messed with my Scry. Transmute, concede. Sweet. Alright, Celestial Purge shines here. This is exactly what we want. Excavator, Pact of Negation, get out of here. Can take out 1 AmuLIT, couple of Scouts. And probably a couple of Path. We want GQ over Cavern to deal with like Quagmires and Treetop Villages, and yeah, Purge is definitely gonna be very good here. I feel like I might want some more paths, but I don't want to overdo it. I don't think I want Tragic Arrogance, because like, what am I gonna make my opponent keep, right? Like a tracker, like if they, even if they go wide, like whatever single threat that they keep is just gonna be very good against me. So I guess I can make them keep a Tarmo or something, but Tarmo still beats down. So you decided differently for VG and Jund? Yes, against Jund, AmuLIT is much worse than against BG. Like against BG, they need to use a decay or an Assassin's Trophy to destroy the AmuLIT, while against Jund, it's just like it gives them extra value for their K commands. So AmuLIT, like I side out, I usually side out all my AmuLITs against Jund, while I only side out 1 or 2 against BG depending on my list, and that's why I mean, one of the downsides, I guess, of trying new things basically every single stream is that I need to like spend way more time when thinking about sideboarding than I usually do when I play at an event or something, because when I play in that event with a list that I've played for a while, I know how to sideboard because I've just done it so much. But with new list, it's just like, oh, here we actually have 1 extra card that we want, and maybe we don't want this other card, and things get much trickier. Yeah, this is a great hand. Gonna bottom that one. This card spell here is just brutal. Haven't seen a K command from John in a long time. I can guarantee that they are still playing K command. If they are on John, I would say that they are like 99+% to be playing K commands anyway. I mean, I can't play around Fulminator, right? I am going to need to play at my lands. So if they have the Fulminator here, it's just like GG's, they got it. But now that they got my Azusa, I just can't play around Fulminator. My opponent says, come on, send a message. They do have the Fulminator. Drawing 7-drop. I like my opponent, they're fun. Yeah, Tracker is gonna win this game by itself. Herself. Asusa, please. I guess Asusa / Coalition Relic. Okay, I'm gonna play the Sanctum. If I were my opponent and I had a Surgical in hand, I would be Surgical in this Asusa right now. It is by far my best top deck. It's not particularly close. So what are your current thoughts on the Banned Visions build versus the Green-White Toolbox build? I have no idea what you're talking about, Ifena. Like, what? They are kind of like the same thing, right? AmuLIT lists are, at least the ones that I like playing, are basically always banned, and they are always Toolbox. So I don't know what you're saying. You're basically asking if I like Serum Visions or I don't like Serum Visions, right? That is the question, if I understand correctly. I thought the concern with the Serum Visions was dropping too many of the bullets. No, it's not really a concern. I don't mind dropping the bullets. I'm just saying it's possible that what we're trying to figure out is whether it's worth to... That's kind of hot. I'm gonna wait on this one though. Playing out the Sandhome, if they want to field of ruin my Sandhome, it's fine, because I'm actually more concerned about them fielding my Simic Roads. The concern is like the sideboard slots that you don't get to have, basically, right? What? I guess they don't want to field. They just want to save the field for Simics, for bounce lands, which makes sense. This Tracker swings for 4. I probably want to chump this one. Next turn we can play Tracker plus a land. Actually, we should have probably played a bounce land there. Not using their mana there seems very sketchy to me. Vraska, Golgari Queen. Okay, that's pretty sweet here. Yep. That's pretty sweet. Asusa. Okay. This time around I want my opponent to use up their mana, so I'm actually playing out the land. We might still get there. Unless my opponent has a discard spell for this Asusa. Like, they can't get me off. Yeah. This is fine. If they don't have a discard spell here, I think I'm gonna be pretty favored to win this game. Ooh, that's a value. Whoo! Cracking, sacrificing the clue, and that still gets them a tracker counter. That's sweet. I'm a simple man, I don't see the dinos, I'm disappointed. Well, if you want to see dinos, this is definitely not a dino stream. If you want to see dinos, I'm sorry, but probably not gonna find that here. Okay, so I'm going to play Kalni first, because it's important for me to get this going. Then I'm going to play out the Azusa. And then we're going to GQ into Growth Chamber. Now if they destroy this, yeah, they're gonna kill the Azusa, that's fine. I still got my value. Now the question is, what do I bounce? Do I bounce an ETB and tap land, or do I bounce Kalni to get some more value? So let's say that they destroy this. Then with a Fulminator, worst case scenario. So I'm gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I guess I'm going to bounce the Vestige, because I want to make sure that I can Titan next turn even through a Fulminator. If they are Fulminator plus Trophy, then so be it. That's fine. Are they gonna trophy my Azusa? Because that would be great. No, trophy my land. That's still fine. This is why we bounce the Vestige instead of the Kalni. And they kind of need to still kill this Azusa, otherwise I'm just going to accrue too much value. Thoughtseize, I guess double Thoughtseize would be troublesome, but single Thoughtseize doesn't do anything. So that's cool. Plus my opponent's down 1 ass trophy, 3 semi-growth chambers in the bin already. Oh, they're gonna do Brutality here. Escalated Brutality probably. Yep. This is gonna whiff though. Yeah, I think we're looking good. I think we are looking pretty good. I could even Hornet Queen next turn if I wanted to, right? 3, 6, 7, yep. In fact, do I want to Hornet Queen? They sack a land? Whoa, that's so greedy. My opponent's short on mana and they still sack a land. That seems super greedy. What's the -3? It's basically Abrupt Decay. Destroy target non-land permanent with convertiment cost 3 or less. The plus is you might sack another permanent. If you do, you gain 1 life and draw a card. That's why my opponents have 24. And then the -9 is the ultimate, and then whenever which says you get an emblem with whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. Fulminator. Okay, so this basically answers the question for me. I'm going to Titan next turn. Or maybe they don't sack it. Okay, Sanctum dice. They should have definitely gone after the colony. And I'm very happy I bounced this with the bounce trigger. If I had Colony Garden in here, that would have been probably a game losing tempo hit. Okay, so what do we get here? We're definitely getting Vesuva, and I think the second one it's going to be Simic. If my opponent has Ciliana, they can still get me. So I want to try to play around that if possible. Simic Crossroads? Do I have enough green sources? I do, so that's not a concern. I don't have enough blue sources though. So that is a concern. So I guess it's gonna be the fourth Simic. Getting a plant for sure, and I think I'm getting, again, Crumbling Vestige. Just I'm very likely to be playing Queen next turn, so I want to be able to play Queen through through whatever my opponent could have, basically. I'm not concerned about Skoos. Skoos doesn't do anything on this board. It just doesn't grow quickly enough. Tracker does though. Tracker is concerning. Ah, brutal. Brutal. So now if they trophy prime time, I'm actually in trouble. So I can transmute 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if they don't use the Field of Ruin, which they should definitely field this, then I'm fine. But if they field plus trophy, I think I'm going to lose. Don't field me plus trophy. No field plus trophy. No field plus trophy. Just don't trophy me, bro. Don't trophy me, bro. Don't trophy. Okay, that's fine. All semi-growth chambers in the bin. That's hilarious. What to do? What to do? So my opponent has used 2 Fulminators, 2 Field of Ruins, 1 trophy. I kind of want to trade with this tracker, to be honest with you. I kind of want to trade with this tracker. I think I'm swinging and I'm going after Braska. This tracker just is winning my opponent the game. I need to stop it. And I guess I get Crossroads West. I don't care about Surgical. I mean, I'm gonna care about Surgical after this Titan dies. But I can still, like, win with nothing, really. Okay, so I'm gonna get Crossroads T West. I definitely want Crossroads because this enables Sunhome on my next turn. Whoa. Well, I was certainly not expecting that. I was certainly not expecting that. I guess I might be dead to a fatal push. I might be dead to a push. Block here. 7. That's 11. I can GQ the trade up, so that's not concerning. That's a push. Yep. Yeah, but what was I gonna do? Because removal loses me the game as well. I just can't beat removal because I cannot transmute and I cannot Sunhome either, so... They almost activate Treat Up and lose. That's hilarious. I guess they saw that the way that they win is by sacking a clue. I mean, they know my hand. They have perfect information, so... Alright, they got me. Bog Crossroads doesn't really do it, because my graveyard in and of itself just enables my opponents. I guess I don't have an instant. Well, I actually have lands and creatures only. Yeah, so I get... Well, I mean, they could have forced the Ghost Quarter. No, that's fine. Yeah, I should have probably gotten Bog Crossroads. But I was planning to set up explosives for the following turn. Man, that tracker did some work. I still think it's correct to attack with Titan there. Like, I feel like I need some lands in order to win. Like a waiting pattern doesn't win there, because my opponent can just as easily push my plant token and then swing with both and then force a chump on the tracker with my prime time, and that seems even worse because I get no value at all. Maybe what I should have done though is, well, I was expecting the trade, so I guess my opponent just leveled me up. Like, how do you say that? Like, they thought one step ahead, I guess. I didn't think that they were not going to block, so they got me there. But yeah, game 3. Game 3, here we go. Well, opponent making use of their full 3 minutes. That Vraska was pretty nice to my opponent. Like, the fact that they were able to like draw cards and sack clues without using mana was actually very, very good. I hadn't seen the Vraska tracker combo in action. Tesna, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm gonna keep here. Having drawn a basic is terrible, but I am not convinced that Vraska is a good card within the context of this deck. Seems a little bit slow and clunky, but I guess that in certain, like, if you are in it may be a sideboard card, because if you are like in a standoff kind of situation, then Vraska seems very, very, very good. Yeah, my opponent's choice here is actually super interesting. Like, if I draw any land, then taking Azusa is better. If I don't, then taking the Relic is better. And if they are planning to play for the long game, then actually taking Summoner's Pact is better. If they have Surgical, I guess that taking Pact is better. Also, even Explode, like, depending on their hand, even Explosives is a solid choice. Yes, if you want to check out the list, it's right there. Yeah, they take the Relic. Now, any land that I draw, though, makes this Azusa like the absolute nuts. And that's a very solid draw right there. Going for the colony. I guess I'm gonna force a trophy out of my opponent's hand, because they can't fulminator me. So this kind of forces a trophy out of their hand if they want to slow me down. And if I draw a land, I kind of win. Otherwise, yeah, this forces a trophy. Okay, I need to draw something though. Bounce land is my best draw. Summoner's Pact. If they have Surgical, this is pretty brutal. Basically a 0-mana duress. It's pretty freaking good. I don't think that taking Relic was the worst option. Not even close. Fuck. Yeah, this is just so awful. Playing Azusa for no value is horrendous for me. It's so freaking bad. The good thing is if I get to untap and they don't discard my second Summoner's... Bye-bye, second Summoner's Pact. I could have packed it for Ramunap. And if I packed for Ramunap there, I think I win. I guess I can still naturally draw a Ramunap. Actually, yeah, if I draw Excavator, I kind of win. See that canister's been going down to 2 scouts. You think that's too extreme? I don't think so. I think that's an option. It's all about options, basically. It's all about options, and I think that... Alright, give me an untapped source. No. Sick! Best draw in the deck. That was freaking sweet. That was freaking sweet. I hope that they don't have an answer for this guy. Because if they don't have an answer, then they are super screwed. If they have a push, though, I'm still very much in trouble. They have a push. Oh, that's trophy. Okay, it's the same. Alright, untap source. No, just more uncastable Serum Visions. Yeah, this Bob is just gonna win. I need to draw an untap land, like, right now. I guess this is a very We're learning here. We're learning. I guess because of all of the Assassin's Trophy / Fulminator / whatever that BG has, Serum Vision is just a worse card against them than something like Steerings. So I probably want to leave my Steerings and side out my Serum Visions in this matchup. I was thinking that Visions is Visions would be better because it allows me to like mess with the top of my deck instead of instead of having the cards in my hand where they are more vulnerable. But this Fulminator is okay. No Fulminator. Definitely discarding the Zero Visions. I'm not going to get to I'm not gonna get to draw all of these cards. Wait, did they really field? Well, to be fair though, you have to understand that like BGX is by far the best matchup for Serum Visions. For oh, I missed sequence there. That was dumb. Yep. Definitely missed sequence there. We need to draw an untapped land here. Definitely missed sequence there. Should have held this and play Simic, copying, play Vesuva, copying the Simic. That was pretty bad. There's Nebraska. I know they have a Tarmo, but I don't think that they have. I don't think they have this Field of Ruin. They would have played it already. So Tarmogoyf. Fatal Push, sure. Damping Sphere. Sure. Oh, I should have taken my Chomp there. What am I doing? I should have taken my Chomp there because next turn they're going to minus... Oh, I guess I can copy here. Alright, sweet. So... Vesuva is in my hand, unfortunately. But my opponent can Vraska into... Yeah, so I think I'm simply going to Gemstone, Eon 2, Crack. I don't want my opponent to keep drawing cards with the Bob. My opponent will get to ult Lily though. So that's a problem. That's the Vraska. Kill the plant. Discard the card. Discarding Vesuva. Swing for 4. Whoops, I tapped 1 mana for no reason. That's pretty bad. Mistakes are being made. I guess I'm going to Simic Growth plus Sanctuary. So I am dead to any removal spell if I do this. I guess I can Simic Growth plus Crossroads. That seems better, yeah. And then play County. Yeah, I should have one more counter on this Gemstone Mine. That was super dumb. I don't think that's what's going to decide the game, but it might be relevant maybe. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 mana. So my opponent needs to ult Liliana here. If they have a second Liliana, so be it. Field of Ruin is fine. They can like destroy my Simic, but that's not what this game is about anymore. I mean, this is forced, right? I need to sacrifice this and keep the other pile because my opponent is going to attack me and they have lethal. So that is definitely a forced play. That was a very good Lily ult, actually. That was a very good Lily ult right there. I don't have Colony, I don't have Crossroads. So I need to attack Vraska. Because otherwise she minuses on my plant. Very, very interesting situation we find ourselves in here. My opponent cannot field me, which is hilarious. I need to attack Vraska though. No, because Tracker was actually lethal because they could, if I keep the other one, then they Field of Ruin anything and then get an extra land, so they sack both. They sack both clues. Opponent has no manlands. I think we're gonna get Sanctum plus a bounce. My opponent will probably field me in response to this. But I'm gonna bounce the Botanical and I'm gonna play the AmuLIT on my second main phase. It feels like if I'm going to win this game... Yep. If I'm going to win this one, it's going to include... It's going to include me getting very, very lucky and this AmuLIT surviving. My opponent's been playing very well. This game has been super interesting. No, I think if I win this game, it's because I play this AmuLIT somehow. Oh no, they have lethal. They can -3 Braska on the plant and And then they swing for with Tireless Tracker. I mean, it doesn't matter in which way he does it. If he has a way to kill this, yeah. Okay, it doesn't matter. Nice. Well played from my opponent. Wow, it's pretty crazy. Like, I used to think that black-green was like a very, very good matchup for us. And I've been losing consistently to it lately. I don't know if it's like a mistake on my part in terms of how I'm approaching the matchup. But it definitely seems like it's not as good as it used to be. So I can turn one, Vesuva, whatever they play. Yeah, this is super slow. That's mulligan. Ugh. This one we're gonna mulligan as well. My opponent keeps on top. Serum Visions is a very good one to have on top. If we're playing against blue-white or something like that, having having two basics in hand, it's gonna be very extremely bad. I think we'll lead on Serum Visions just so we know what we're missing, basically, before we steerings. You see, so now we know that we have a bounce land, and we know we have a prime time. So now we're basically looking for an AmuLIT with these steerings. Well, we are. I mean, the way that the deck is built, yes, we're soft to discard. That's just how the deck works. Playing against Burn. Is this worth the 2 damage? Well, we might find some land or something, so I think I'm going to steerings. Coalition Relic is real nice. So now we have a turn 4 Titan. It might not be enough, but do you think the deck's not as good anymore, or just some cards in the deck? I don't know what you're asking. Like, the deck is great, that's why I'm playing it like all the freaking time. I'm just saying that I think that black-green got a lot better. Boros Charm. I might just be dead here, maybe. Maybe this prime time is not good enough to stabilize here. Yeah. We're definitely dead. Yep. Definitely super dead. Definitely super dead is my assessment. I should have probably got a... Yeah, I should have probably gotten Kalni, because now Goblin Guide would have been a dead draw for them. And now Goblin Guide is an okay draw for them. Okay, they just have the Boros Charm, so this is... I was dead anyway. Well, Mul to 5 did not get there. Rex Sage and one of these is fine. Yeah, Serum Vision seems not great in this matchup, unfortunately. Maybe on the draw is fine. It's just like cantrips against Eidolon are so bad. Yeah, we're definitely worse against Burn. with no Baloth nor Thragtusk. I think we can still beat Burn. I feel like we're still favored against Burn. I mean, we just mulled to 5 right there, right? It's probably not the most... Yeah, this hand is not good enough. Not the best. Not the best sample game, right? We mull to 5. AmuLIT on 1. We're going to be playing Azusa on 2. Hope my opponent doesn't have a Serum Blaze. Swifty. Hopefully my opponent goes turn 2 Eidolon. If they go turn 2 Eidolon, they lose. Boldy Azusa. The punishment. Come on. Come on. Something. Okay, that's actually pretty good. One, two, three, four. Okay, now Bounce Land wins. Any non... Any non-Boros Bounce Land just wins the game. I basically grew up studying English, like, you know, with a private teacher. So that's that helped a lot for sure. Helped a lot for sure. I might again be dead here. Man, these draws have been pretty miserable, honestly. No blocks. Giant. And I don't think... Yeah, I'm just dead here. Because if I haste, I cannot haste, because that would mean that I can't gain life with Crossroads. I guess what I can do is I can haste and go get Pact of Negation. But my opponent missed land drops. Yeah, okay, so my only out is my opponent top decks a creature of some kind, like an irrelevant creature, which I can chump blow with Kalni. And their hand is like filled with like Path to Exiles and like play and bad cards like that. That is my out. Wait. Is that exactly what my opponent's hand is? I'll take that. Okay, so I get prime time. Does my opponent have like deflecting palm and shit? I can very easily play around deflecting palm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Pact of Negation. And now we swing safely, going up to 6 life. Here we get Boros plus Sunhome. I guess we might as well double strike here, right? Bouncing Besuba, and I still have a land drop to give. Well, does double striking do anything at all? It doesn't, right? It's probably better for me to just play out the Coalition Relic, have more mana for next turn, and win next turn. Now I don't die to Boros Charm anymore. Is this something worth pacting? I think it is. Because this Skullcrack is dealing 6 damage here. 5 damage here. So now I am dead to... Now I might be dead to Deflecting Palm if they have it. But that's fine. Put the charge counter here. Pay for pacts. I'm gonna do white, white, blue, blue, green. And then we're gonna do green, green, green. Oh, I'm stupid. I should have... Yeah, that was dumb. I should have gotten red, and then I could add white, and then I sent home that way. Yeah. But Deflecting Palm is one of the cards that they could have here, though. And now I cannot play around it anymore. Now I can't play around Deflecting Palm anymore. They just concede and make my life super easy. Alright. I'll take it. I'll go to the bathroom and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. On Moto, I can never figure out which land the AmuLIT trigger is pointing to before they put it on the stack. Yes, you can. If we... Before you put the lands on the stack, so... When AmuLIT triggers, they will let you choose in which order you send the triggers on the stack, right? So... I think this hand might be oddly good. I think I'm gonna keep it. And that is the moment when all the triggers go on the stack and they let you choose the order in which you put them on the stack. That's when you can know which trigger corresponds to which land. Definitely doing this, and I'm definitely chomping. Hope he knows about this. Second gobo. Alright. Prime time on top. Chomp there. Okay, guess they're not missing a land drop. Riftbolt face. 9/11. AmuLIT on top. Good to know about that one. Gonna push this guy. Purge that guy. Yikes, that one's real annoying. So I guess we can... Ugh, this makes my sequencing super awkward. So now I'm forced to like main phase path this, giving my opponent a land and still taking 2, which is terrible. Now I can stare. Well, actually Crossroads here is kind of nice. Yeah, so we're gonna get Crossroads and play out the Crossroads. And next turn I can play Cavern, play out Relic, and off the Relic play the AmuLIT. Or I can just draw a Semi-Growth, which seems even better. Why would they fetch for no reason? Oh, do they have Smash? Do they have... I could be dead here. I think we just sequence like this and we hope we get lucky. They do have the Smash. So do I bounce this? That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we still bounce the Crossroads. But now we are dead to quite a bit of cards. Skullcrack. Yeah, so we're basically dead to most of my opponent's deck. They got it. As it usually goes against Burn. It's a matter of, do they have it in the very last turn? Yes, they do. Sucks. And I don't think I could have really played around. I don't think I could have really played around Smash there. My opponent killed me on their turn 6. On their turn 5, sorry. So that would have meant 2 more Goblin Guide attacks before I get to cast my Titan. So I don't think that we can play around. Because our hand depends on double artifact. Like, it depends either on the AmuLIT or the Relic. Any of them surviving should win us the game, but one of them needs to survive. So yeah. Is this a keep? Ton of lands plus Serum Visions? Probably is, actually. I'm gonna see how it plays out. But like any ramp that the Serum Visions helps me find basically enables a turn 4 Titan because I have enough lands, so let's Dredge. Dredgerino. In Noble Islammer, I assume we go back to playing Summer Bloom. Would we also necessarily go back to playing Hive Mind or try to focus more on Toolbox Plan? Would we play Ponder instead of Serum Visions or Green Sun Zenith? Yes. So you can basically mess around with it. I think that Green Sun Zenith could potentially be very, very, very good in the deck. The problem is that it would require us to kind of rebuild the deck a little bit. Because... okay. That Shriekhorn activation kind of makes no sense, but I'll take it. Gives me more information. Because you would need to like add Dryad Arbor, and you would need to probably add other creatures up the curve. I think that we would use it. I think that we could potentially use it. And I'm definitely interested in this Scout. Probably not interested in the T-West though. So next turn we can play out the Scout, and then on the following turn we can transmit for Bojuka Bog. Yeah, sweatpants. Yeah, I agree with that. But the thing is that we have so many ways to find it to land. Um, yeah, Canister list is pretty sweet. I think I'm gonna be trying it out at some point. In fact, we can probably try it out right after this. A Dredge Thug. This is my least favorite thing about playing against Dredge. It's just like so annoying to be like keeping track of every single card they get. And they found the fucking Dark Blast. That's really bad. One of Dark Blast, there it goes. To be honest, turn 3 Bog might even be a little bit slow against this Dredge draw. Play that one into the Dark Blast. Yeah, I don't think I can win anymore. Not with my opponent having Conflagrate in the graveyard already. We can pact for Azusa, but that doesn't get me anywhere. Yeah, B Tempo, we tried that. This is basically an experiment, and honestly it's been not working out lately. So I might do some tweaking for sure. Yeah, we can't win this game, so I'll just concede. Play the next one. Against Dredge. Bring in a couple of negates. They got one. I don't think we want Celestial Purge. And I don't think we want anything else really. This would be better as Spell Pierces against Dredge. Okay, let's try this. It's funny, I like 4-1 and 5-0'd and then did terribly ever since. I don't know why, really. Here I think it's a turn 1 scout. It's bad if my opponent has one of their Dark Blasts, but even if, like, you know, worst case scenario my opponent does have the Dark Blast, I can still Visions and turn 2 and then play Growth Chamber. And even if we don't, yeah, I guess I did 5-0 twice, but the first 5-0 was different than the second 5-0. Like the lists were slightly different. Like one of them had like the shitty dino and stuff. Okay, Serum Visions. Ah, that's rough. That is rough. I feel like we do want the AmuLIT, but we're gonna bottom the Sanctum because I'm gonna be forced to play out the Simic Growth here. So I'm going to Serum Visions again this turn, and I'm hoping to find another bounce land. And we're gonna bottom both of these. If we do happen to find a bounce land, I think we're going to win. But if we don't, I guess I can still play out the Coalition Relic. It's just that my opponent probably brought in like 2 or 3 Ancient Grudges, so I don't really want to rely on Coalition Relic as a way to like do things and to like get out of a dicey situation, because it's possible that it doesn't do it. They just discard a Stinky. Okay. So basically I'm saying if you have the grudge, you have the grudge. There it is. There it is. No, I lost game 1. I got dredged. I did dredge the imp though. Oh, they have the reunion? Oh, yeah. One amalgam. I think they're going to destroy the AmuLIT, because this is the one that has the highest upside. They only have 1 green mana, so they can only use 1 grudge. I assume they're going after, yeah, they're going after the AmuLIT. Okay, we draw something here, another AmuLIT. All right. Can we get there? Basically, any land gets there. As things are standing, if they destroy my AmuLIT, any non-bounce land does it. Or any, like, ETB and tap land, I guess, does it. And if they destroy my relic, then any bounce land does it. So that is basically how it plays out. And right now I only know about the Sting with Imp in my opponent's hand. Everything else is unknown. The good thing is they can't really trophy my AmuLIT, so that's cool. Is this a loam? Hard cast amalgam? Okay. Okay, find me a bounce land, please, Ancient Steerings. Phew. Okay. Yeah, so I think we just win here. I don't even need to bog my opponent because their graveyard doesn't have anything relevant. So I think I'm simply attacking here, and I'm getting Kalni plus Crossroads. Since I already have a second Titan already, you know, ready to go. Do I play out the Eon too? Probably. So I don't get wrecked by a random damping sphere? Sure. Okay, we got this one. I guess that my opponent can still like reunion into the nuts. That's a thing that could happen. Hardcast Stinky, not gonna cut it. I don't think so. Okay. Summon Respect. Primeval Titan. 6 mana. Yep. No concession. There we go. Yes, concession. Yeah, that was a weird hand that my opponent kept over there. I'm not particularly... I'm not sure I agree with my opponent's keep. Not loving the negates, to be honest. I really wish they were pierces. Holding up 1 mana versus holding up 2 mana against Dredge is a world of difference. Guess I keep. Of course we're missing a Titan, but we can cast like any card in our deck. And we have like ramp even if the scouts dies. Stomping Ground into turn 1 con flag again. Okay, so the same start that my opponent did last time. I think I'm okay doing this. And next turn I can hope to steerings into a Bojuge Bog. We have 6 looks at the Bojuge Bog. Should be decent-ish odds. But the nice thing about this, although I guess my opponent is probably like on flagging anyway. If I do whiff, I get to steerings into Bojuge Bog. Ding 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 ding. Feels good, man. Feels good. Okay, they still find a Stinky. And we find that, sure. Susa. I'm gonna try to go for it, because if we get there, like if my opponent doesn't, like, I guess the only thing they could have had is Lightning Axe. And now that we got there, this is basically a concession right here. Alright, Serum Visions. Bottom. Land. Coalition Relic. And we're gonna charge this up. I'm not playing out the other two because I want to see whether my opponent has some like artifact destruction going on over there, which they apparently do. Yep. So that's why I didn't run out the other two, because now I can, before I run this, I can either make sure I get the value that I want, or I can simply bog them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it should be game over. In fact, I think I'm far ahead. Yeah, they just concede. I was going to go for Tolaria Simic. I'm just like bounce it Tolaria so I can play around Assassin's Trophy, which seemed like the literal only way that I can lose that game. All right, let's get that 3-2, shall we? We can do this. Keep. Playing AmuLIT on 1 to play around, discard spell, stuff. So discard spell / stuff. Also, if I draw a Susa, then that would just be the nuts. Uh-oh. Turn 1 Blood Moon. Game 1. Sweet! Well... Chalice for Serum is fine. Okay. We can kinda still win. Never mind. I was gonna say we can maybe still win this, and then my opponent played a very quick clock, and I can't win anymore. Sweet, good times, good times. Nothing like getting turn 1 Blood Moon. Game 1. Definitely bringing in the Purge, definitely bringing in the Negates, Rex Sage. Probably we also want this. We definitely want Tracker. Probably don't want Pact of Negation. Bye bye Bujuga Bog. Ghost Squatter is a roundabout way to get there. Serum Vision seems very bad. And let's go. Yeah, free win red is not a good matchup for us. You know, the game 1 turn 1 Blood Moon deck is not a good matchup for the mono land deck. Who would have thought? I think I'm going to mulligan. This seems better. If we don't get turn 1 Blood Moon, we actually have a very, very, very good shot. Because we can basically hold up negate for the rest of the game. Okay, Chalice for Serum is fine. Desperate Ritual is okay. That one we negate. I think we're going to preemptively play Explosives on 3 here. And I think I'm going to bounce my land. My gemstone here, just reset it. Since like I literally have 4 outs, I need to just like draw one of my 4 Asusas. So rabble, which I think I'm going to kill. Never mind, this is pretty sweet. No, actually I'm going to kill it, then play out the tracker, I guess. Please don't moon me again, please don't moon me again. Okay, second rabble. It's also pretty bad, but it's less bad, I guess. Okay, we can still win, unless we get mooned again. In which case we probably cannot win anymore. They do attack with the rabble. Definitely trading there. And any land gives me the win. Any land gives me the win. Any land gives me the win. I don't care about this guy anymore. Yeah, this is Ensnare Bridge. Well, Bridge is fine. I can beat a Bridge. Okay. Is this good for the home team? Okay, sweet. So now we get to win, basically. Whoops, I clicked on the wrong one. That doesn't matter. Semi-growth, T-West. Well, actually... yeah, semi-growth T-West is fine. Just gonna get the other explosives. Yeah, I actually messed it up because I could have played the explosives on 3 here if I had clicked on the wrong land to untap. That sucks. Because now if we get mooned, that's actually a problem. Now if we get mooned exactly this turn, I'm gonna be super sad. We still have a lot of outs, but it's pretty sad. Okay, we're good. Explosives on 3. Oh, yeah, we probably don't wanna cast this into a chalice, huh? Swing. So I used both of my explosives so far. How do I beat an extra bridge? Is with Rex Sage. Yeah, so I guess I just get basic forest plus GQ maybe, or I can deal the most damage possible otherwise. So yeah, I feel like I want to get basic forest though. So let's get forest plus stronghold, sure. Oh, we just pass the turn. But this is my out to a Blood Moon. So I kind of want to do this, fetch one of these. No, because I didn't have a colorless source and there's a chalice on 0. So explosives on 0, it's not an option. Otherwise, yeah, I would have very much done so. But the chalice on 0 messes up with that plan, so I needed to get a colorless source before I was able to do that, and at that point I need to attack with the Titan in order to get the colorless source, so unfortunately it didn't work out. You're good, Brian. Don't worry about it. I think we go with the same thing, right? Something like Excavator doesn't really do anything. Maybe Pact of Negate? Nah, Pact of Negation is so bad. Super slow. Tragic Arrogance actually might be sweet. Double White might be like crazy greedy, but like Tragic Arrogance means that I can destroy like If my opponent has a chalice and a bridge, I can make them keep the one that doesn't do anything and then destroy the other one. My opponent's deck goes wide. It also stops Hazoret, which can be hard to stop otherwise. But yeah, we are in a really bad spot here. Actually, we definitely are dogs in the matchup. It's just double white. There's no way I'm able to get double white under a Blood Moon though. Should I or not? I guess I'm not going to. I wonder what deck besides AmuLIT my opponent's deck beats. This is not keepable. I mean, this is a keep and hope. Things are very, very likely to not work out here, but maybe they don't have any fast mana. They do have fast mana. There it is. Like, if we had been on the play, we would have won this game, because we just counter the Blood Moon and then we just win, but this is so frustrating. Alright, not meant to be. Two one, 1-2, 1-2, 2-1, 1-2. All right, let's try the canister list. Let's get this crap out of here. Let's check out. Let's see what canister has been cooking with. Here it goes. Okay, so we got the full 4 sanctums, 4 gemstones. I feel like I kind of want the the crumbling vestige over the 4th sanctum. We'll see how it goes. No loves for Sakama. If you want love for Sakama, this is a wrong stream for you, my friend. Jack Screen 1, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. So we get Sakama out, so we can actually have a playable deck. So the one that I'm going off right now is the one that he had on his Twitter. I don't know if this list is the latest one that he's been using. I know that he was streaming AmuLIT the other day, but this is what I'm going off of. A couple of Hive Minds, then we have Rot Farm. We got only 1 Sanctuary. We got a Gruul Turf. Only 1 Sanctuary. We got the Bog. We got Kalni. Radiant Fountain. The 4 Simic. Stronghold Samhome, obviously. This guy's 3 V6. Oh, no Cavern, that's what he's doing. So this is our mana base. Which is nice, it looks pretty consistent. And then we have Slaughter Pact. We take out 2 scouts and 1 relic. This list is a little bit soft on ramp. I'm not sure I love that. Going back to these members. Couple of those. Couple of pierces. Couple of explosives. Second Radiant Fountain in the sideboard. That one is a little bit sketchy. I feel like I would rather have something like a Baloth over a Fountain in the sideboard. Hornet Queen. Yeah, sorry that I'm missing chat right now. I'm trying to get this together and then we can talk about it. Sage, Excavator. Second Coalition Relic in the sideboard. That one is kind of weird. Ghost Squatter. Oh, Colossus. Colossus, and I literally don't own a second Radiant Fountain, which is weird. Oh yeah, I know that. He played the same list yesterday? Okay. Yeah, so this is the list, I guess. We can probably do like one negate, one. By Robinson 17, thank you for the follow. We can probably do one negate, one pierce, and then we have a second Radiant Fountain in the sideboard, which I own. So you will need to give me 1 second while I go get a like a bulk common from a bot. Radiant Fountain. Okay, cool. So, second Fountain in the side. Alright, so let's try it out. Always before I make any changes or I make any decisions, I always like to play maybe one league with the list, especially from somebody like Canister, which, as I have often said, it's a player that I respect a lot. So let's put this in desktop. AmuLIT Canister. Oh, why am I even doing this actually? Whoops. There you go. Let's get that over with. And now we want to actually export the list. That was my bad. So export Stream Decker. 1 sec. Stream Decker, AmuLIT Canister 040319. Sorry that I have to do all of this live. It's a little bit annoying. I know. But just so you know, everything just works out beautifully afterwards. And if people want to have access to the deck list, they can do it. Blah, 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 blah. Sweet. Okay, so Stream Decker should be updated. And deck list command should be updated. Sweet. Alright, let's do it. Love this hand. Keep. I think we AmuLIT one. The upside if we find an Azusa is just so high. German karaoke, yeah, that was a very, very elaborate joke. It was a very elaborate April's Fool joke. I don't like Sakama. Sakama's terrible. I gave it multiple chances. I did give it multiple chances. But the card is just very bad. To many of my viewers' dismay, it's just a terrible card. Don't play it. I mean, play it, but you can play that, you know. Well, if you actually look at the sideboard guide, it's not really updated. I basically grabbed every single matchup. I copied and pasted a previous sideboard guide, and every single matchup, I just copied and pasted. I just added one Sakama at the beginning of the. I just added one Sakama to the list. Second Summoner's Pack, I don't think we want that. Pact of Negation is kind of nice to have access to. So here I think I'm going to Vesua my own forest. My opponent fetched for a basic and then played a second basic, so already my Blood Moon senses are starting to show up, you know? Also, we can Pact of Negation a Blood Moon and pay for it, and then we still get to Titan next turn. Oh, this is just Phoenix. This is just Phoenix. Actually, we could have just packed that Metamorphose. No, I think it's fine. I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine, because if this Azusa dies, then I'm in trouble. So I think it's fine to just let it go. Yeah, the numbers didn't match the deck. Yeah, I know. It was... Yep, I know. I'm really happy that it worked out, because I was like, people are not gonna believe me. Like, I have been hating on Sakama for so long that it's not credible. And then it worked out, so it was great. Yeah, your sequencing is likely off, OP. Get my Azusa back. Lightning Axe whiffs. I still get attacked by 10 though. Attacked for 10. So that is no joke. So if I Azusa here, I can... Do I have lethal? I do have lethal, right? Yeah, I do have lethal, so we are fine. So we do this. Bounce, replay. Bounce. Primeval Titan. Play prime time, yes. Boros Garrison, Slayer's Stronghold. Float. Haste. Bounce. Replay. So you can see I've done this a couple of times, so I'm gonna not show them basically that I'm playing like Rule Turf and the other stuff. Just gonna kill them. $16, yeah. What is better than swinging for 10 on turn 3? Swinging for 16 on turn 4. Alright. Against Phoenix. We want this. We want this. Whoops. What's going on there? There we go. And we probably will do want the Coalition Relic. Definitely want the Dismembers. Can side out the Scouts. We probably want the Slaughter Packs. Don't think I want the Pact of Negations. Rex Sage for sure. Do we want Cavern? I'm gonna test the Hive Mind. So I'm just gonna leave the Hive Mind in and see what happens. Yeah, let's try that actually. Let's try to see what happens if I leave the Hive Minds in. Definitely want my basics. Don't think I want Second Fountain. Don't think I want Wolf Squatter. Don't think I want Cavern. Probably want to take this one out. Leaving the Sanctums. And what else? Probably one Primetime can come out. If I'm bringing in Hornet Queen, but I still want all of my packs because of Hive Mind, which is kind of weird actually. And this is why the Hive Mind plan is still like feels weird to me. Is that the Hive Mind plan forces you to keep a bunch of cards in the deck that you probably wouldn't want to be playing. Okay, turn 1 T-West. If we don't get Blood Moon, this is a turn 4 kill. So there's that. Feels like we're gonna get Blood Moons. Well, that's one Blood Moon less to worry about. What's the purpose for Dismember over Path to Exile, player on Chalice? No, it's basically the fact that we don't want to, like, this mana base is already kind of, you know, worked up. Hopefully we find an AmuLIT here, that would be sweet. We don't. Even Vesuva would have been kind of nice so we can copy the island. Play our own stuff. Yeah. Unless we get attack for 10 here and then attack for 10 next turn, which is a possibility. Very real possibility. We should probably win. Yeah, that stupid deck is so consistent. I don't think I've ever played a match against Phoenix where they didn't flip Thing in the Ice on turn 3. It's absurdly consistent. It's scary, man. Yeah, Path against Phoenix is insane, I agree. We're playing Cannister's list though, so I simply didn't make any changes. Guess I do want to play this out right now. Might as well. Don't moon me, bro. Don't moon me, bro. Looting. Hopefully they try to go for like a multiple Phoenix turn. And then I can simply like Hive Mind them out of the game. Second Blood Moon discarded, sweet. Yeah, I'm always trying new things. I just love this deck. It's so great. Deck is awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we're going for the Hive Mind kill. I could go for a Primetime, and if my opponent is holding a Manamorphose in hand, props to them. Like, if they were playing around it. And this is one of the things about Hive Mind too, is like, you're gonna get your opponents on the first time around. You're not gonna get them on the second one, so... Maybe they can, like, opt into a Manamorphose. That would be terrible for me. Or maybe they just die. Sweet, sweet cheese. Wanna know? Hive Mind skill, so tasty. Alright, thanks everybody for hanging out today. My name is Francisco. I stream a lot of Modern and Legacy here, mostly. Mostly AmuLIT. We do a lot of trying things out, a lot of experimenting and stuff like that with AmuLIT lists. So if you enjoy AmuLIT, then you definitely want to hit that follow button. It's free and you can get notified whenever I go live and stuff like that. So that's pretty great. If you want to support the channel, you can subscribe. You get access to these sweet emotes, as well as my cyborg guide, which I will update regularly from now on. Malaxi, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. If you want to check out previous streams, you can do so in my YouTube channel. I upload all of them over there and I timestamp them, so if you want to go to a specific matchup, you can go and check that out. If you want to follow me on social media, that's my Twitter handle. I post a lot of random MTG stuff over there. Then we have the Discord right there, and that's an AmuLIT Discord, by the way. If you haven't joined and you're interested in AmuLIT, you definitely want to do that. And finally, if you want to support the stream in a different way, or you want to see your 75 played live on stream, you can do so right over there by donating with any donation of that covers the entry fee of a league. So that is $12 or more. Basically, you can send me a message with whichever 75 you want me to play, and we will play them live on stream. Yeah, the cyber guide right now, the current cyber guide is the one that the current cyber guide for subs is the one that I used for GPLA. So a lot of things have been tried since then, but I haven't really figured out a list that I want, that I like with the Serum Visions list. Jago98, thank you for the follow. So as soon as I figure that out, I will create a cyborg guide. But we've been doing a lot of experimenting lately. And Red Headband, I appreciate the follow. I guess with Serum Visions first. Wilson, nah, thank you for that follow, I appreciate it. We definitely want the bounce land. We don't want the stronghold. Against black-green again. Steerings into another bounce land. That's nice. That is a nice. That Inquisition getting my Azusa is pretty bad. Hopefully they make a mistake and they go for the Summoner's Pact. Yeah, the last version is from March. Well, so the Bloom list is basically based off of the Summer Bloom lists of yore, before the Summer Bloom banning, of course. So basically now the Scout list is kind of like getting a little bit closer, which I think it's very interesting. Okay, so we could Azusa here, which I think might be the play, actually. Can I get punished? I don't think I can. Because even if they trophy a land, or Field of Ruin a land, I'm still fine. If they have main deck Fulminator, thumbs up to my opponent, they got me. Yeah, you should. You should definitely give it a shot to AmuLIT. Deck's great. This is Liliana. If they plus, I think I'm discarding Hive Mind, but they minus instead. So this is kind of interesting here. Flying out T-West and passing. I'm going to discard this Scout. To the Liliana plus. Yeah, it's nice that this Liliana is not even close to ultimating. Like, my opponent needs a Thoughtseize here to win this game. Nice, they didn't have Inquisition, so now if they sequence it wrong and they have Inquisition in hand, now it's gonna whiff, so that's great. What is this? Tarmogoyf and Tarmogoyf. Tarmogoyfs? So I play AmuLIT. Play my land copying T-West. I go get... play my land copying Vesuva bouncing T-West is what I meant. Gonna bounce this. Gonna play Primeval Titan, yes. We're going to get this too, right? And then on attack trigger, get Kalni. Yeah, so I guess I'm going to haste primetime, bounce. Actually, I'm gonna bounce Sanctum here because I want to have a land that I can discard to Liliana. And here we get Bog plus Galni, and I'm going to Bog myself, I think. But now if they want to like trade with this prime time, they need to actually trade both Tarmogoyfs besides just trading the one. And now I kinda have them in the soft lock after this. There's no need for me to kill Liliana. Like, they might be able to like push my plant and then Lily minus, and then they swing for 10. And then on my next turn, I just I hive mind them with any spell that I draw, because I can have mind for... yeah, it's kind of awkward that they can pay for both of my good pacts, I guess. Okay, but this means that they got no clock, so this is fine. Like, they have no clock now. And I get to do my thing, basically. But yeah, Hive Mind is very bad in the VG matchup, so it's gonna be the first card that's coming out. My opponent still concedes somehow. Well, sure. But yeah, Hive Minds, out. Explosives, yes, yes. Coalition Relic, yes. Ghost Quarter, yes. Actually, yeah, no, Ghost Quarter is fine. Pact of Negations, out. Tracker, yes. Chameleon, yes. Excavator, yes. Dismembers, yes, yes, yes. Slaughter Pact doesn't kill Bob, which is very annoying. It does kill Tracker, though. We learned, and we know that we want to take out Serum Visions. We learned from from the last matches. Now we know to take out Serum Visions. Take out a couple of scouts and maybe take out Crumbling Vestige. Yeah, if this hand doesn't draw a bounce land, it just doesn't do anything. So this is more keepable, I think. Still very loose, but much more keepable, and Azusa is an insane draw. Insane top deck. Having drawn 2 of our basics against the stupid Coalition Relic is nice here. Having drawn 2 of our basics against the stupid Assassin's Trophy deck, it's kind of terrible. Bob would be very bad for us. Yep, this card is gonna win this game. Maelstrom Pulse. Knowing that my opponent has access to Maelstrom Pulse makes it very easy for me to play Azusa next turn instead of Coalition Relic. They serve with Bob. Field of Ruin, it's kind of annoying. Oh, now we know about the Fulminator. Oh yeah, this is kind of nice actually. So now my opponent is most likely going to tap out for that. Ugh. They drew the Thoughtseize. Brutal. Well, I guess that the Thoughtseize... They can only Thoughtseize one of these, so they're gonna pulse the AmuLIT probably, yeah. No Thoughtseize? Well, that's nice. No Thoughtseize there is pretty damn sweet. I think I'm gonna play out the Coalition Relic. Second Thoughtseize, yeah, okay, so that one might be too much. That one might be too much. Yeah, Thoughtseize 1. Now they see that my hand is stacked, so they're gonna get both the Chameleon Colossus on the prime time. This Bob, man, just ugh. If they hadn't had this Bob, they wouldn't have seen neither of these Thoughtseizes yet, because they drew already 3 cards off of this Bob. Both of these Thoughtseize being the reveals. So Bob is freaking insane against us. I guess I might do things properly here. Bounce this, play Azusa. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I'm going to take my loss to Liliana. Abrupt Decay. Okay, so that is also a very good draw for them. Uncontested Bob, man. It will do it. It's the card I'm the most scared about from the black-green deck. Not close. It's worse than Liliana for us. It's just so bad. So freaking bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's interesting that my opponent is playing Decay. I thought that Trophy had fully replaced Decay in Modern. That's interesting. Do you think that Lose the Ballista is so punishing versus Black Ink? No, I don't think that Ballista was the key card here. Liliana here is just such terrible beat. Brutality is probably fine. They know about the Queen now, though. There it goes. I kind of don't understand that sequencing there. I mean, they need pressure here. If they're not drawing any pressure, then we might get there. Tracker would be bad. Liliana would be really bad. It's a prime time. And this Azusa is not blocking, so might as well attack. because this Azusa, even if my opponent has a, even if they, if I draw a bounce on and they fulminate it, I can still cast the prime time, thanks to this Azusa. So that's why I'm keeping it around. They go for it. Okay, so now Bounce Land wins. Bounce Land? Never didn't have it. I guess they can trophy this in response. Sure, bounce a gemstone. And of course, I'm not even hasting here. Going straight for the chain. Straight for the chain. I could even see pacting for ramming up here if they destroy prime time. Though there's no way I'll just pact for another Titan. But yeah, no pressure. My opponent lacked on the pressure. I wonder if they like sided out like trackers or Tarmos or something like that, because they drew, what is this, like 36% of their deck. They drew a lot of their deck and they didn't find a single pressure card. Bob was the only pressure that they found. So I really would want to see like what my opponent's sideboard plan was over there. We should have probably not won that game. And they also offered the trade for the Azusa with the Bob. I think that they should not have offered that trade for the Azusa. Not at all. No, I don't think they were at 8. I think that is a very common misconception. If you can trade with a Bob, you trade with a Bob. Unless your opponent is at 2. But at 8 life, I am trading with that Bob in a heartbeat. I think that is a very, very common mistake that people make. And as you can see, like if I had not traded with that Bob and my opponent could have like gone, kept getting value from the Bob, I think we would have lost that game. Crap. This matchup is terrible for us. Being on the draw doesn't help either. Yeah, Bob is by far the best card that the Rock deck has against us. It's not close. Liliana is also bad, but I'm way more afraid of Bob than I am of Liliana. Way more. Yeah, Wakibi's pretty bad for us. My opponent might have lethal next turn. Here sequencing is going to be T-West, then Growth Chamber. So now we can Titan next turn. Larkus, thank you for that follow. What mistakes do you see Phoenix player making against AmuLIT? Trying to cheese you out. I see Phoenix players all the time, like thought scouring me, hoping to hit a Titan off of the like a surge in so they can surgical, and it's just like, you're not gonna beat us that way. Are you gonna keep Hive if you're on the play? That's a good question. I'm not sure I love it against Hardened Scales. I kind of don't think I do. But there are some scenarios, like Hardened Scales is actually one of those decks that can go over the top of us. And if that is the case, then I probably want to leave the Highman in. My opponent has lethal here, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's actually more, because they can sack the worker, put a counter here, and give that a counter to Ravager. So yeah, that's even more. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so they have lethal. So I this is actually a forced chump on the Walking Ballista. Because they just have enough to kill me, so so I probably want to prevent that from happening. They sack the land. If we top the Hive Mind, we win. So that would be hilarious. Can you imagine we top deck a Hive Mind and we just kill my opponent? Oh, they have lethal anyway here? Yeah, right. Yeah, they have lethal anyway. Yeah, so I couldn't have played around that. They need to do this in upkeep though. Oh, I mean, it only has 1 damage, so they can do it right now. So never mind. Sweet. Okay, so here is when Slaughter Pact. Here's when Slaughter Pact becomes very, very good. Dismembers in, Pacts of Negation out. Ghost Quarter, yes please. Rex Sage, yes please. Hornet Queen. It does something at least. Wujuku Block out. Even though it's a black source for Slaughter Pact, but whatever, it's fine. Second Fountain, probably. I feel like I want to side out, and maybe the second Fountain is just not good enough. Yeah, this plan seems reasonable. Yeah, ramming up Tulip is just definitely not good enough. No, you only want to go for the ramming up loop. This hand is way too slow. I think I'm gonna mulligan. The only matchup where you're gonna go for the ramming up is basically good against control. It's good when it's also getting you value from the yard, basically. But otherwise, I mean, you would just like bring ramming up against everything. It just doesn't really do enough. Yeah, the Scales matchup is rough. Yeah, well, Tron is definitely one of those matchups where you want to. I need Lance. I like Sage for sure, but I need Lance way too much here. This one's close. I think we top both. Yeah, I think we top both. I think the order doesn't matter, so we just top both like this, and we try to draw another land, hopefully. But even if I draw a Simic Growth here, I'm not gonna play it on 2 because it plays into Damping Sphere way too hard. So I'm not interested in playing into Damping Sphere way too hard. So yeah, Serum Visions has been very nice actually. I have to say I do miss Path to Exile though. I certainly do miss Path to Exile quite a bit. These Summoner's Pact are super awkward now with the Damp Sphere. I'm not playing Ballista, playing 2 EEs in the sideboard. This is Canister's list. This is not mine. Just so everybody knows, we're just testing his list without any changes before we do any changes. Actually, there was one change now that I think of it, so never mind. We changed and we took out one Botanical Sanctum to make room for one. Yeah, we block here, right? To make room for one Crumbling Vestige. Am I interested in dismembering here before damage? Don't think I am. Compact for Sage? I have a couple of options here. So I can Pact for Sage. I can Transmute for Explosive to save up for next turn, but that kind of like gets wrecked by Welding Jar. I feel like Pacting for Sage is relevant here, especially because I'm not going to be able to Pact for Titan next turn still, so this puts a blocker in play, as well as prevent my opponent from getting value from this Throne of Geth. Opponent for sure Welding Jars here. Cycle. Ah, that Ravager is gross. They're gonna sack the throne itself, probably. Yep. That Ravager right there is so gross, though. Let's actually hold up the blue mana, because, I mean, I was gonna say we can Serum Visions, but didn't end up mattering. 1, 2. Jeez. Is this lethal? It probably is, actually. And they can play around. They can play around this member too. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12. So they get one more counter. They get one more counter here. +3. This had 3 counters on it, right? I had no time to dismember the Ravager. At no point it was good to dismember the Ravager, because they could always play around to dismember with the Arcbound Workers. And the turn where we used the Sage, it was a 4 mana Sage because of the Damping Sphere. We can probably dismember here though. It's probably still lethal anyway. They just sack the other guy. I didn't do the math, but I'm pretty sure that I'm dead. I'm exactly dead. That's gross. Yeah, that's gross. Yeah. Stupid scales. That deck is super sweet, by the way. If I didn't love AmuLIT so much right now, I would probably be doing... I would probably be playing scales in Modern. That is kind of my style of deck. Because it is hard. That is the reason why it feels hard. It's because it is hard. Like the way that their deck works is just so very well set up against the way our deck works. So it's kind of, you know, just the same way that the way Ponza works is very good against our deck. It's just like there are certain decks that, you know, are just natural predators of certain other strategies. Like Martyr is just, it's unbeatable for burn, basically. It's just like it will be that way for like multiple decks. Tron and Black Green X. Quell33, thank you for the follow. Now this is a question though. Do we keep? I think we do. And we're gonna play T-West on 1. And I think we're actually going to Steerings first, then Serum Visions. But I think we're for sure playing T-West on 1 because we don't know what we're looking for with these Serum Visions. So this, we know what the Steerings is looking, probably an AmuLIT. Like, it is looking for an AmuLIT. So we know what Steerings is looking for, but we don't really know what Serum Visions is looking for. We do have a Titan in Disguise here. We just need a second blue source. But yeah, this gives me one more draw step before I need to make any decisions with Serum Visions. More black-green? That is absurd. I played against so much black-green today. This is the 4th black-green player in 2 leagues? It is the 4th black-green player in 2 leagues, or 3rd. 3rd or 4th. So much BG. White Cubs fan, why do you think that it would be good on paper? They are faster than us, they are more consistent than us, and they can interact with us with a post sideboard in ways that it's really hard for us to interact with, aka would just happen. Damping Sphere plus Welding Jar. It's really hard for us to interact with that. Sweet. That is one of the things that we needed, so happy that we found that. That is another of the things that we needed. And this is... Yeah, I think I'm gonna get Sanctum here, because this Sanctum enables a transmute for next turn. So next turn we're gonna be able to play Garrison and transmute this T-West. So we can play around Thoughtseize. So it feels like we're in a solid spot. Feels like we are in a solid spot. And Cubs fan, we are great against random creature decks. We're not great against creature combo decks. Two very, very different things. Well, this is great actually, right? Because I can just transmute here, and I can play around Field of Ruin. So this is sweet. Now I play around Field of Ruin very easily. They can still like Astrophy my AmuLIT, but if they are Astrophy my AmuLIT, that means that they're not Astrophy my Titan. So I'm probably happy with that. Like, for example, Elves is not a good matchup for us because they are kind of like a combo deck. The Druid decks are a terrible matchup for us. But something like what's his name? Like the Shit Bears deck. Huh. Do we get greedy? Well, we can play out the Azusa second main, right? At this point, I am putting my opponent 100% on Assassin's Trophy. So let's say I play the Azusa. Yeah, I kind of want my opponent to waste an Assassin's Trophy, even if it costs me my turn. So we're gonna do this. I mean, my opponent might even Assassin's Trophy this, which would be insane for me. Whoa, this is great. That is awesome, yeah. This is the ultimate bait, and it ends up working out handsomely. Okay, so this is gonna be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Azusa, play this twice. Titan. Yeah, this just worked out so well for us. I am surprised that my opponent chose to go for that play. That seems so bad. Like it feels like it's better to destroy the Titan at this point. Now we get to protect Sunhome, cast Primetime. We can't haste. So that's something. But I don't think that this matchup is going to be decided by just killing my opponent quickly. This matchup is gonna be decided by my opponent just not being able to keep up with my chain of Titans. Because there's a Boros Garrison in my graveyard. Yeah, that's why we can't haste. Yeah, otherwise we would be hasting so fast, but unfortunately we can't do it. We can haste next turn though. We can definitely haste next turn our second Titan. Bad AmuLIT matchup? What do you mean? Piero 307. I will need you to elaborate a little bit faster. A little bit more that question. What deck do I not like to play against? Okay, cool. What decks do I not like to... Well, we played against mono red. We played against mono red Prison earlier, and that was completely miserable. We played against we don't like to play against Hardened Scales. We don't like to play against Infect. We don't like to play against what else? We don't like to play against that's pretty much it, kind of. Storm is also pretty bad. Mono Red Phoenix is also pretty bad because they have a lot of Blood Moons post sideboard. But that deck has kind of disappeared a little bit, which I find weird because I think that deck is actually very, very good. But I guess it has fallen out of favor for whatever reason. We get second Primetime, we get Stronghold plus... I guess we can get Stronghold Vestige. Stronghold Gemstone, I guess. Yeah, because now we play out the Sunhome and we can double strike. White. So this should be... I haven't even done the math, but this looks like it's gonna be very bad for my opponent here. Lana with Elves beats us. Probably, yeah. Yeah, that shadow is also pretty bad, you're right. We have the turf here, so we're getting Sanctuary Gemstone. Sanctuary Gemstone, Bounce, Simic, probably. And here we're getting Kalni Fountain. Yeah, Kalni Fountain, whatever. I think we should be good here. Oh, Mill is pretty bad too. Yeah, you're right. Mill is very bad. Mill is very, very, very bad. Yeah. So my opponent blocks like that. I guess they could have Slaughter Pact. Should I play around Slaughter Pact? I am far ahead enough that I can afford to play around Slaughter Pact. I think I kinda am. Okay, let's play around Slaughter Pact. And the way we play around Slaughter Pact is by hasting the other Titan. So now if they want to pact a Titan to not die, it has to be this one. So yeah, I think that was correct. Like, I have not seen a list playing Slaughter Pact in a really, really long time. But we are so absurdly far ahead that I think it's just correct to play around Slaughter Pact just because we can. If we couldn't, I would have gone for lethal, but I mean, why wouldn't we? Like, my opponent cannot beat this board state. I could literally just beat down my opponent with this plant token. That's how far ahead we are. Good matchups are, yeah, Merfolk is a very good matchup. Burn, I consider it to be a solid matchup, though it's not a buy. Affinity is a good matchup, unless they like turn 2 Blood Moon you or something like that. And I have beaten like turn 2 Blood Moons coming from Affinity as well. Black Green overall is a solid matchup. What is going on? Moto, can I sideboard, please? Thank you. What else is a good matchup? This really, blue-white is a good matchup if you know how to play the matchup. It's just a very tricky matchup though, so you can't just like. You need to play super tight against blue-white. It's one of those matchups where like your experience really, really shows. So if you're new to the deck, like when I was new to the deck, I lost a lot to blue white and Jeskai, and now that I have been playing the deck for years, those matchups become like they become much better. It's very enjoyable. I enjoy playing those matchups a lot. Good evening, Dumpy. They play the Black Pact because it combos very well with Kalitas. Because on turn 4 you can play Kalitas and then slam a Black Pact. So that's why because I mean my opponent had a Kalitas in play right there. So that's what kind of like made me think about those decks playing Slaughter Pact. Yeah, Dredge is very good. So we have a ton of lands and some cantrips, and I guess I keep. If they Thoughtseize into Bob, we're going to lose, but we're probably going to be losing to Thoughtseize into Bob anyway with most hands. Yep. This is exactly what we were losing to. Did I say we were gonna lose it to Thoughtseize into Bob? Interesting. That's a lot of lands. My opponent's showing me a Field of Ruin here. I'm probably gonna be getting an Azusa. I think I just bottom the steerings and top the prime time. Playing this out so my opponent like tries to field this. This is actually kind of a bait. Oof. Liliana's brutal there. Liliana's pretty brutal there. Have you already played this post on Twitter 3 hours ago? Yes, we went 2-3. It wasn't particularly excellent, unfortunately. So my opponent's kind of 100% fielding me here, right? Which makes pacting for Azusa kind of bad. So I think I'm going to Vesuva copy my opponent's field. This allows me to play around, like, it forces my opponent's first field activation, and it allows me to play around their second field activation. I still think we'll die into this Bob, though. I think that this Bob is going to kill us, but I think this is the correct play here, because if my opponent has an Assassin's Trophy, then we kind of just die. Yeah, look at that. Forcing the field on out of my opponent. Feel very smart right here. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly like the kind of hands that we lose from black-green, right? Turn 1 discard, into turn 2 Bob, into, I guess, turn 4 Lily. Still probably gonna be good enough. Although... Oh, what am I saying? I was thinking, well, we can pact for Chameleon Colossus, and I'm just literally looking at this Liliana in my opponent's hand. I'm like, oh yeah, that's why we don't do that. That's why we won't do that. Piero302, thank you very much for the follow. Opponent tanks and tanks and tanks. Yeah, every forest that we draw against black-green, it just feels so terrible, though. Every single forest we draw feels pretty bad. Yeah, well, that's like exactly what I said. Like, my first thought was this version of the deck needs more ramp. As soon as I saw Canister's list, explosives. How good would have been explosives off the top right there? So let's say we packed for Azusa here. We can make the Tarmo tiny, but then they're gonna make the Tarmo big again. So we're gonna take 6 this turn. Then on our turn we pay for pact. Then we're gonna be taking 6 again. So that's 12. We're gonna go down to 4, and then we're gonna be able to cast the Titan, which will hopefully help us stabilize. I mean, otherwise we are just taking a bunch of damage, and my opponent has his field in play. So I think we're still packing for Azusa here. Doesn't feel great, but I think it's kind of what we need to do here. The good thing is that we can like double bog here, which is kind of nice. Yikes. Big yikes. What do I think about Hive? It's cool. It's a cool card. It's been, how can I say it? It's been a little bit lackluster, but when it does its thing, it's been very impressive. So it's definitely a nice card to have access to, for sure. But I'm not sold on it as a main deck card. It could be fine. But it like with this list, which again it's canister list. If you want to check it out, it's right there. With this list, it kind of feels like it is. They should have definitely not gone to attack. It feels a little bit like it's. It feels like it's a sideboard card that we are fitting in our main deck. And this list definitely feels like it's lacking ramp. I would definitely would. That's part of the reason why I assume there's a second coalition relic in the sideboard. But maybe we want more. Maybe over the Slaughter Pact, maybe over the second Pact of Negation in the main. I don't know. I mean, if we're gonna keep getting paired against black-green literally every single round, then yes, we definitely want more. I want my opponent to use their spells. That's why I'm taking this. My opponent shouldn't have sequenced it like this. Yeah, if they were gonna do this, there's no reason for them to do it like so. Yeah, I don't understand my opponent's play there. No, if I want explore, I don't want Serum Visions though. It feels like you are at that point. You're just doing a little bit too much. Okay, don't draw Thoughtseize and don't kill me. Don't draw Thoughtseize and don't kill me. Those are the two things that I'm asking of my opponents. Well, bye Antioch Ghost. Appreciate you hanging out. Wow. These bobs are being real nice to my opponent. These bobs are being real nice over there. Lily Last Hope. I'm surprised that this card is still in their deck. This shouldn't be in their deck. Definitely shouldn't be in their deck. So they can drain me for 2 with Brutality. They can drain me for 2 with Brutality, but then Field of Ruin, it's not gonna be able to be activated if they want to trophy me. Like at this point they have used 0 trophies, so I am basically putting them 100% on at least 1 trophy in hand. Hopefully they tap out and they die. That would be the best case scenario for us. And that's kind of annoying. Not going to lie, that is kind of annoying. Also the Goyf is just massive now. Good thing is they tapped out of Field of Ruin, so I can. Yeah, I can transmit for explosives now. Interesting play on my opponent's side. Oh no! Wait a second. Yeah, but if I do that now, I die to Quagmire plus Brutality. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I feel super freaking dead right now. Yeah, I'm super dead. There's the trophy. Yeah, so here I am literally dead. Yeah. Yep. Turn 1 discard into turn 2 Bob. It's gonna do that to us. Sideboarding. Oh, sorry, I missed your question, Ben Steph. It's not good. I think Explore is way better than Growth Spiral for us. Yeah, especially when I know about the Collective Brutality. They revealed the Brutality to Bob triggers, so I knew for a fact that they had access to the Brutality. So that in and of itself is a way to kill the plant and a way to deal me 2 damage. So then Liliana minus kills the second plant. So I was DED. Let's see if we can do some stuff on some things right here. Yeah, I kind of like this hand. Turn 1 Steerings for a Growth Chamber. Turn 1 discard is bad. Bye-bye Coalition Relic. You think about don't be able to trinket on these lists? I don't think you want trinkets. If you're playing Hive Mind, I don't think you want trinkets. Basically, when we're playing Hive Mind, we are playing like a little bit closer to what a combo deck looks like. And if that's the case, then Trinket Mage just doesn't help you. Also, we again drew 2 of our basic forests. This is just so bad. This is so miserable for us. It really sucks. Damn Sphere, sure. If we draw on a top land and we slam this and my opponent doesn't have a Liliana, then we're gonna be in a pretty solid spot. That's an insane draw. Like, such a good draw. Such a good draw. It's not even funny. And if they want to kill this in response, go ahead. Because the removal is most likely Assassin's Trophy, because Fatal Push is not enabled. So that's why I bounced the Fountain. I could have bounced the Forest in order to guarantee that I get full value from this Azusa. But I'm kind of interested in my opponent Assassin's Trophying my Azusa. So, yep, sweet. Everything going exactly as planned. Unless they Liliana me here. If they Liliana me here, I'm in trouble. But but if they don't Liliana me, I'm in a very, very good spot. But you're thinking for the 2 forests. I would much rather them be... Well, that's a Liliana. Colony Garden would be sick. So I think I just play out this Chameleon Colossus just to force the Liliana minus, which gives me enough breathing room for me to draw something. Otherwise, I can Pact for Tracker. Pact for Tracker is kind of sexy. It kind of puts us in the same spot in that it forces the Lily minus. Except it also draws us a card. We can't Titan here because there's a Damping Sphere in play. And I'm missing a follow. Ready J24, thank you for the follow. So we can't Titan, otherwise we would be slamming that Titan so hard. But this Damping Sphere is actually doing work. I have not played land, but that is 1, 2. This only taps for a single colorless, if you see. And this also has a second line of text that it says each spell a player costs 1 more for every spell they've already played. Pact for Scout plus Colossus, I can't do that either, because that would be 3 spells. So we can't do that either. The options are Pact for Raminap. Pact for Raminap seems pretty good. It's pretty awful in the face of Fatal Push, for obvious reasons. But it basically draws us 2 cards because it brings back a Simic Growth from the graveyard. So Pacting from Raminap is very, very good. So, what's up, Dido? How you doing? I think I'm going to Pact for Tracker, yeah. I think I'm going to Pact for Tracker. Like, this is not something my opponent can afford to let me untap with. And this draws me into more threats as opposed to Raminap, which just draws me into more lands. We're at a healthy 24. They're probably going to be making me sack my tracker here. Yeah, but I think we had a lot of like very like viable options there. Yeah, they're gonna make me sack the tracker, which is fine. I mean, it's not great for me, obviously, but at least it gets them farther away from Lily ult, which is what I'm ultimately concerned about. Okay, so this is great. This is very good for us. This is awesome. Crack Clue. Draw a Susa. Three and 4. What am I going to discard here? So if I play this Sanctuary, I end up with the same amount of lands in play, but I have 1 extra land in hand. And I guess I'm going to discard the Radiant Fountain because I need my green sources. Feels pretty bad, actually. Wait a second, though. If I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... I'm still 1 mana short or out of playing both in the same turn. So I think I'm going to discard the Fountain to this Liliana. I could also discard the Azusa. Maybe discarding the Azusa is better. And then I can force another Liliana minus with the Chameleon Colossus. But at 21, I'm not concerned yet about my life total. They can drop a Tarmo here, and that wouldn't be great. We don't have Sage. Our way to destroy the Ambient Sphere is to simply play through it, which we could very easily do if we drew a Titan, or at this point even another pack does it. Do I discard the T-West here? I actually think I'm going to discard the Azusa. Ishkana Graph Widow. This is brutal, actually. Yeah, this is very, very bad. And that sequencing is just like that sequence is making no sense. If you have the Thoughtseize in hand, why wouldn't you lead on that? That makes no sense to me. Now we're going to transmute for Summoner's Pact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And unless my opponent has another Thoughtseize, we're going to be able to get a Titan into play before this Lily gets to ult range. That trade-off is clocking though. Still not concerned, but like if they have some other way to speed up their clock, then we might be in a tricky situation. Kalni is great there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess let's do things properly. And if they have another trophy here, definitely want T-West. T-West GQ, I guess? Yeah, this kind of stops my opponent's clock. They might have an Assassin's Trophy here. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But this kind of stops my opponent's clock. And if they have Assassin's Trophy, then I definitely don't want to have this T-West in hand. So I definitely don't want to get a bounce land alongside this T-West. I'd rather just put the T-West in play and then make my top decks better by making every single bounce land I draw a Titan, basically. What I could have done is I could have gotten T-West plus... Yeah, they had the pulse anyway, so it didn't matter. One, 2, 3, 4. Serum Visions. So if we play this land, we're gonna get Lily ulted out of the game again. That would suck. If we play this out, if I draw Steerings, I'm going to Steerings into, hopefully a bounce land. I play the bounce land, that's one spell cast. Then 1, 2, 3 to transmute, 1 to cast Summoner's Pact, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only 5 mana. That's a little bit short, so I guess I need to bottom both and hope that I get lucky. Being lucky is the best strategy, yeah, I guess. No, Vesuva to copy Garden means that I either don't get to answer their tree top, or I cannot make my top decks better. So I don't think that I want to Vesuva copy Garden. Shpela discards a card. I think I do go Squatter here, just to make my opponent's Lilith's ultimate much worse next turn. Unfortunately, it's like transmuted for explosives doesn't really do much. I can't attack Lily. I don't have white mana and I don't have Stronghold. If it were easy, I wouldn't do this. So I wouldn't do this if it were so easy. So the problem is if I packed, then I make my opponent's Lily ultimate super easy. They just put like all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green sources on one side, or like I guess 4 and 1, because then I need to. I guess they can't split it in a way that I die to my pact. They can just make it very convenient for themselves. I think I got a pact here, but I think I'm gonna pact for Ramunap actually. Because it leaves more Titans in my deck. And then if I can like replay whatever stuff they destroy. So I think I just packed for Ramunap here. Which is kind of weird, but I don't think there's any way that they can split and they can get me. Oh, 4, right. And I guess I'm gonna get a second T-West just to make sure that I get some value. Well, now if he doesn't ult Lily, I just attack it, right? So they need to ult Lily this turn. The only way would be like if they draw a removal spell, right? If they draw a removal spell, they can like plus Lily again. That has me in a situation where yeah, that's the Lily ult. Right, my opponent needs to do all the thinking now. Yeah, but this split is fine. This split leaves me with a lot of good options. My opponent could put another, probably the Botanical Sanctum here as well. Yeah. And we're just gonna sacrifice this pile. But now my top decks are better because I have like a bunch of Primeval Titans in my deck. Whereas if I had gotten a Titan... that's insane. I still don't think it's worth to like steerings, right? I still don't think it's worth doing, but that was pretty good for them. It's a big boy. That's a big freaking boy. Okay, what do I have left? Is Bog in the deck? Bog's still in the deck. Okay, so I just pass the turn. I hope I draw something. Yikes! Yikes! Big, big yikes. Massive yikes. I was gonna say, if my opponent doesn't draw anything relevant, I can pact end of turn, which gives me even more good draws. But yep, we're dead now. All right. My opponent's deck delivered exactly when they needed it to deliver. Brutal, brutal. We had already used the Colossus. That was a long and grindy game. It's insane the amount of work that Dumping Sphere did. It's funny because like we can usually play around it, but my opponent had exactly the answers they needed, exactly the turns that they needed it. So rough. Okay, sure. It does feel like it has. We have already lost. Like that game, actually, we lost because we didn't have enough ramp. So the list has definitely felt like it's lacking ramp for sure. It's funny that with this hand, Chalice on 1 would have been much better against us than Chalice on 2. Steerings for... Ooh, we can go for second AmuLIT. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, so let's go for second AmuLIT. We Stronghold. Now my opponent can probably like Thought Knot me. Or play a second Eldrazi Mimic. Okay, so we're gonna do this first. There's no way they GQ here. Yeah, there's no way they go squatter this. No, Dissidenza. There was a Dumping Sphere in play, so when I cast the Titan, I couldn't get enough damage. I couldn't get enough. I needed either a white or red source and the Slayers, so I couldn't. There was no way out. There was no way out. So this is clocking me pretty hard. The question is if I want the Boros Garrison, though. I think I do. So we're gonna put Azusa on top. And then put Garrison on top. And now we're gonna play a second Visions, and hopefully we find a green bounce land. But even if we don't... Well, I guess I messed it up. We actually do need exactly a green bounce land. So... Yeah, never mind. This was a mistake. Yeah, this was a mistake. I should have bottomed the Garrison. And I think I'm actually gonna bottom the Azusa too. The good thing though, if like this Garrison will probably prompt my opponent to sack this. So that is some good news. And because of that, I think I'm going to main... Oh, second GQ is actually kind of great for my opponent. So we get to do this. This is actually kind of sweet. Check this out. Oh no, actually, never mind. I'm dumb. I think we're bouncing T-West though. That is nice. That is nice for sure. So now either of these lands basically do what we want them to do. So we're gonna play a land this turn. OP. Doesn't do anything. Then next turn we draw Turf and OP. Okay, so we're setting up a Titan for in 2 turns. Unless my opponent actually doesn't kill the Azusa this turn. A Dismember would be pretty bad here, actually. Yeah, if they don't kill this Azusa here... Oh, they're gonna tap out? Oh, they tap out for Smasher. I guess this forces Azusa to chump, but then we just swing for lethal. So that's cool. This is funny. Bounce this. Primeval Titan. Oh! Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, we still have it because we have Crumbling Vestige and we have access to Sanctuary, and we can. I guess we're gonna Vesuva the Stronghold. So okay, so this is actually kind of cool. Check this out. Okay, so we're going to Sanctuary plus Simic Growth. We're going to float all the mana. Simic Growth, Sanctuary, Sanctuary. Let's bounce Basic Forest, whatever. And then we're gonna bounce Simic Growth. We're going to Primetime, leaving double white floating. Yes. Now we're gonna get Vesuva plus Gemstone. We're going to Vesuva Stronghold. Boom, boom, boom. Tap for red. Tap for red. Haste. Haste. And opponent concedes. Sweet. Alright, playing against Eldrazi. Whatever. Definitely want this, and we want this and this. Probably want Coalition Relic. Probably want Engineered Explosives. I am not loving Hive Mind in this matchup. Don't love Bojuki Ball because it's terrible. Excavator seems just way too hopeful, basically. Yeah, it's always important to know exactly what your outs are and how, like, because you know stuff happened and my opponent destroyed our Boros Garrison and whatnot, which makes our turn weird. So there's a lot of math that we can do. No, Tracker is insane in this matchup. Tracker is insane. Like, even if they like kill your Titans and stuff, Tracker literally trades, or at one point it simply just like eats their stuff. Whereas Ramin Excavator only chumps their 4/4s and 5/5s. So ghost scoring them out of the game, it's not an easy thing to do. So that's not that's just wishful thinking. I definitely want to take out some Serum Visions because my opponent's playing a Chalice deck, and against Chalice decks, I wanted to cut up my cantrips. Probably cut one Vestige. Maybe I actually don't want the second Radiant Fountain now that I think about it. The first one definitely sounds very good. The second one might be just unnecessary. Yeah, kind of. I honestly have not been loving the 2 Radiant Fountain stuff. More about Excavator as response to opponent's CQ. Yeah, but I mean, you just saw how my opponent's Ghost Quarters didn't do anything, right? It's the fact that my opponent plays Ghost Quarter doesn't really mean that I'm afraid of that. If my opponent played Strip Mine, then I would. But when my opponent Ghost Quarters me, I still get a basic, right? So it's not that bad for us. So I think I'm simply gonna trim on some cantrips. I could also trim on. Yeah, let's actually do that. So we're gonna bring in the second of this, and we're gonna trim on Steerings, and we're gonna trim 1 Pact. In fact, there's almost an argument for Chameleon Colossus. I doubt that it's good enough. I mean, you see a hand like this. This hand is great. We get ramp if that's what we're going for, and we get like a big threat if that's what we're going for. Sweet draw. Maybe if we find an AmuLIT. I love this deck. Turn through TKS, it's rough. Torpor Orb. Yeah, that's not a card that should be in my opponent's deck. Not a card they should have in their deck. This is just creatures, right? Okay. Well, I'm not afraid of Chalice either, so I guess I simply just pass here. Is this a Smasher? Yeah. Okay, Smasher's fine. Okay. Azusa. Land. Garrison. I think we have time. If my opponent, like, they haven't shown me, a Thought Knot yet, and even if they have Thought Knot, I can kill it, so I'm not so concerned about that. Second Smasher would be annoying. Chalice doesn't do anything, and that's their draw step, so yeah, we're in a pretty solid spot here. Basically, this tracker is going to run away with the game. Sure, that's fine. One, two, three. Tracker. Play Garrison. Get a ton of tracker triggers. Do they have more removal here? Bounce. Azusa. They do have removal. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can drop an explosives on 5, which is kind of hilarious. We can't crack it though. We won game 1, yeah. It's clear to give us a funny win condition as well. Yeah, that's not really a win condition. I think I'm using this turn to play out explosives on 5 because I don't want to get blown out by a Thought Knot. Yeah, I guess I could have played around this member. No, I couldn't have. Never mind. So we're missing blue. Just your casual explosives on 5. No big deal. And I think it's worth not blocking here. If my opponent wants to kill Azusa, let them use a card. And here we got time. Second explosives is irrelevant. I guess it's not irrelevant. Okay, let's do things properly then. So I don't want to die to second smasher off the top. Yes, we can get through Chalice and Zero. We can play this out. I'm just trying to figure out the sequencing. Slayer Stronghold enables me to do cool stuff here. I'm just trying to see whether I can not die to a Reality Smasher off the top. So, because this, if I crack this guy, it's going to destroy this guy. You see what I'm saying? So, I guess what I'm gonna do first of all, play this. So this, I'm casting 1, so the converted mana cost is gonna be 1, but I'm using 0 colors, so the sunburst is gonna be 0. So when the chalice, when it comes into play, it's going to be on 0 and it's going to destroy the chalice. So what I'm going to do here actually is I think I'm gonna play out both garrisons. So I'm gonna play out this, bounce this, and I'm going to play this out, and I'm going to bounce this, I guess, and play this out. Okay. Now this Azusa is not gonna be blocking, so I'm going to be attacking. Opponent takes 1. So now this means the fact that I didn't do this earlier was, of course, so I don't die to a smasher off the top. So this kills the smasher, and now I can play around the second chalice by cracking this end step. Chalice dies. Charge Coalition Relic. Now we do some green manases. 2, 3, 4, 5. Summoner's Pact. For Primetime. Primetime is not gonna get lands though, which is kind of annoying. But it's still a 6/6 that is probably unbeatable for my opponents. So. And this is why I was saying that Torpor Orb is not particularly good in the matchup. It's like, it's not doing enough. Like my opponent got their Torpor Orb and everything, and they just did nothing. It's not a good cards really. In their deck, it's not a good card. In something like Double Dismember, it's possible that they have Double Dismember here. They do have Double Dismember, okay. So I guess we put them on the 2-turn clock, which leaves me dead to Smasher off the top. I guess it doesn't. I guess it doesn't leave me dead to Smasher. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have. Just basically giving Azusa Vigilance right here. Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh, that was so stupid. I sacked the wrong Azusa. I mean, it didn't matter anyway, whatever, but that was pretty stupid. Yeah. I'm like, yep. Duh. My opponent didn't have it, so that's fine, but still doesn't feel good to me. That was a really dumb thing to do. That was a real dumb thing right there. Huh. I think I pass here. My opponent can't attack. Yeah, however, before I pass, I'm going to gain 2 more life. But yeah, I think I pass, because I can't like trade with the Reshaper. And if I attack, my opponent just like blocks. And if I trade, that means they only take 1, and then it's not a great spot. Deck list has been okay. This is Canister's list, though. It's not mine. They found the Smasher? Fuck me. We have so many good draws, it's insane. I got lethal! I got lethal! I got lethal! Sweet. So I'm going to transmit for Vesuva the Stronghold, and then I attack with both, and whichever one my opponent doesn't block, I just activate double Stronghold on that one. Sick. Oh man, I love AmuLIT. Don't you guys love AmuLIT? Don't you guys love AmuLIT? That's such a roundabout way to win that match. That's awesome. That was awesome. That was awesome. Alright, 3-2 with this. It definitely felt super lacking in the bounce land, in the ramp department, to be honest. I feel like I really want a second Coalition Relic. Torpor Orb didn't do anything. Torpor Orb didn't do anything. We won against Phoenix with Hide Mind. So what I think I want to try for next time is going to be second Relic in the main, Slaughter Pact in the sideboard. This gets a little bit closer to Punt's list, except we're going on to the full 4 Serum Visions, but I definitely felt like I was lacking some serious ramp. In fact, I'll probably do something like this. This actually strikes me as slightly better. Second Radiant Fountain did not seem particularly impressive either. So I think I'm gonna try to go for maybe Baloth. There's so much black green right now that I think that maybe Baloth is just better than Like, I played 2 leagues and I played against 4 black-green decks. That's so many black-green. I mean, main deck Hive has been okay. This is the only thing I might be afraid I might miss. But Slaughter Pack, that's a little bit of an explosives impression. It doesn't make a good one though, because if you want to like destroy Chalice's main deck, like we have no outs to a Chalice in game 1. We have no outs to a Chalice. We have no outs to like a deck like Merfolk, for example, might be like it gets significantly worse. Against humans, we're also a little bit like this card has nothing against humans basically. Because even if you also have the pact, most times they will have like a random noble hierarch. Kogi Truck Monster? Nah, I like to win. If you want a meme, then feel free to do so. Yeah, so I'm gonna try something similar to this next time. We didn't even use this, but I think I want a split of 1 pierce, 1 negate better instead of 2 pierces. That's like the most green creatures I've ever had, basically. The Rake MTG, thank you very much for that Twitch Prime subscription. Welcome to the Primetime Stronghold. Enjoy your emotes and send me a PM, whisper here on Twitch, or a PM on the Discord if you want to get access to the sideboard guide. Also, this member was kind of sketchy, but I understand why Canister is playing this member. Like, this mana base can probably not support Path to Exile. And there's like way more value and way more reasons now to want like Rot Farm to support Slaughter Pact. Although Slaughter Pact is also kind of sketchy too. We got 6 ways to pay for Slaughter Pact. Yikes. So basically we can only reliably Slaughter Pact after we have casted Primetime, or unless Slaughter Pact is comboing with Hive Mind and you know, straight up winning the game on the spot, which maybe is a situation that happens too. Yeah, so Peach with Prowess, it's literally the list that we run before this one. This is the list that we run. Instead of a random threat, we were playing the Third Coalition Relic, which is a card that I like a lot. And we 2-3'd with this. And then we 3-2'd with this. But yeah, so next time I'm definitely trying out the second relic in the main and the second Pact of Negation in the sideboard. So this is gonna be for next time then, because today that's gonna be it for me. Thanks to everybody that hang out today. If you haven't hit that follow button, make sure you do so, because yeah, it's free and you can get access to you can get notified whenever I go live. So if you want to check out the stream, it's pretty great. If you want to help support the stream, you can subscribe and you can get access to these beautiful emotes, as well as the exclusive sideboard guide for subs. So you can just send me a PM with your Twitch username, and I will send you I will give you access to the sideboard guide for sure. If you want to check me out on Twitter, that is the social media that I use for Magic. So make sure you give me a follow over there. If you want to check out previous streams, you can go to YouTube. That is my YouTube channel. You can check it out and you can subscribe over there, which is free. Then if you want to join the AmuLIT Discord, that is the place to do it. And finally, if you want to help support the stream in a different way, or if you want to see your 75 played live on stream, you can make a donation of $12 or more, which covers the entry fee of a league, and I will play your 75 on stream. Or if you just want to donate $5 because you're great and you think I'm also pretty good, you can do that as well. Let's see who's streaming, and we can go there. Nassif is playing AmuLIT. Holy crap, we gotta go see this. Alright, let's go check that out. Let's do it. See you on Nassif's stream. Bye bye. See you next time. Have an amazing rest of your day. Alright, let's go.